Guys, it is 4 o'clock in the morning. It is 7 o'clock in the morning in New York, and for the next 4 hours we will be live at Chart Chat Connect for TradingView Chartists Worldwide. And I can't even tell you what numbered event this is. It may be 8, maybe 9, but we'll be doing this for 47 total days. And let me get my screen share up and running. And we are going to start the day off with Bitcoin USD. This is the Bitstamp pair, however, and I'm on a 5-minute chart here. We put Ruby back in play, and I'm working on some Valentine colors, just just to have a little bit of fun with the price action. And down below, I have been working on Bonavest's mountain chart, where he is adding quite a few products to the mix here at the bottom. Up at the top, this is a dual stochastics setup that isn't reading properly, hasn't been reading properly for the last, I don't know, what kind of crazy, I don't know, maybe yesterday or night before last. And so I'll be trying to fix that up a little bit. Then I think you'll probably see me work a little bit on the Chart Chat Connect website. And we are trying to do some iframes of charts. So I've worked out a ticker list for the week. This would be an equities ticker list. And so I will be trying to build that out on the site as well. And keeping up with the flat chat, of course, maybe getting some panelists on board, and maybe reading a little bit more out of our book. And the book that we, let's see, get the title. The book we are looking at is A Beginner's Guide to Short-Term Trading by Tony Turner. Now, the second edition, I believe, was actually, the reprint was back in 2008-ish. So I'm just trying to kind of take bits and pieces out of the book, kind of glossary items that we can read through without you being too frustrated not having the visual. And then maybe what I can do is start to match up the visual and then publish the visual according to that particular page with the TradingView chart. So we've got ideas like that and how we can carry on the next 40 days successfully, and give you enough information that you want to stay tuned for the 4 hours. I've just got, we've done like a couple contests for calling certain price points. Also, if we, of course, are able to catch a move like we did yesterday, then we'll go into the news and see what's out there in the internets to find out what's being said, on Twitter and over at StockTwits, etc. Let's see here. So we'll talk a little bit more about Creator Group 2, which is going to have its candidates roll in January 15th, on January 15th. And so we're getting kind of ramped up for that, answering a lot of questions about, what are we going to do, and how are we going to, what is it going to be this time around, etc. And of course, anytime that I open my mouth about Ruby, then there's so many questions that come out, and what I have to tell you is that, she is still in flux, and we just don't know exactly how to really proceed with the Creator Group 1, and exactly what people really want to try and do. And so, yeah, Ruby is in flux. She's still going, and I'm not supposed to refer to it as a she. I got a little bit of a complaint about that, but I will try. Ruby is still, showcasing direction and when to be in the trade and to be guided to stay in the trade. So Ruby is still working. And let's see. we are also going to be trying to bring a little bit of an options, kind of basic trading options uh, segment. Don't know exactly how that's going to go. So you can feel it, right? This is not only are we beta casting, and you know, it should probably just feel like that. I don't so much mind that you know, it's imperfect, and but we have our viewership is, you know, is great, and I think the entire platform is so well suited. Become more accustomed to the lag, because there is a lag, and I am going to do my diligence here and make sure that everybody knows that we are live right now. So here we are inside of the TradingView platform. And okay, so we are live. And the reason for sharing the bitstamp is in deference to a chartist that had me kind of migrate from showing the Mt. Gox continually, and so we're going to be kind of going bitstamp, Mt. Gox. We'll go through the prime coin, the Litecoin, etc. Okay, so let me try and get a little bit of action over there at the flat chat. So I'll be on mute for a moment. And thank you to the viewers coming in. This is Beauty Bubble. Everyone knows me over at TradingView. Welcome, welcome. As I was saying earlier, if you watched the beginning of the broadcast on the record, today is just going to be a you know, open mic, very casual session, and the 4 hours should probably go by pretty quickly. So was hoping that we would get Mr. Swanson and talking about his one-on-one with Professor Dan, doesn't look like that is going to happen, which is unfortunate. So maybe when he gets up, we'll hear more. Sometimes coordinated efforts don't work out well, but that's the life of being in broadcasting. I want to let you know that we do have trending tickers right now. The NZD USD, that's the NZD USD pair, and the BTC USD, and a lot of searching, of course, for the Bitcoin. And if you don't know, you can go inside of your chart, and most of us know how to do this, but if you go inside of your chart right here, you see the crosshairs, and we just BTC, and hold up, we just BTC, you will see, by scrolling down, that here are all of the products, the BTC products, with their exchanges off to the side. So just make sure that you're choosing your right product, and most of them are there. As far as the other symbols, the Litecoin, the LTC, I should be more familiar than the XPM, which is your prime coin, and the name coin, and then the one that was added is the Litecoin Bitcoin China, BTCE, yeah. All these are BTCE products down here. So I think I'm going to be working a little bit more on trying to figure out the convergence divergence in a more practical way. I mean, seeing it happen visually is one thing, right? But knowing which pair is working divergent is kind of another thing. We need to get a MACD guy in here to kind of take a look at it and maybe rework the parameters so that we're actually seeing a cleaner, clearer picture. But I'll get over back to the BTC USD Bitstamp pair in the 5-minute, and we see that there is a lifting up off of Ruby and also staying clear of the cloud. And so this has been a nice long from back when. I'll probably scoot back between time frames and go to the 4-hour, go to the 15, go to the 1 hour as we go through the next 4 hours. What is the YouTube link? What is the YouTube link? Okay, so for the viewers, can you do me a favor? Can you grab the URL that you see now in your top menu bar and throw that over to Yerb, Y-E-R-B, chartist, Y-E-R-B? If you can believe it, Google, in its wisdom, has you start a YouTube live event, and then they don't give you the link. So for me, I have to go to a couple of different places to even get the link. So I'd appreciate a little bit of effort there from the viewers to help me out. And so we got started today an hour behind because I was far too interested in defending Ruby. So we got started at 4 a.m. Eastern, and we'll run until 4 and 3, 7 a.m. Eastern to 11 a.m. Eastern. And that'll be the time. There we go. So welcome. I don't have to welcome you guys like every single time I gotta welcome you guys, but of course I will run through some of the things that are happening inside of the platform, and reminding you to visit stocktwits.com and forexcrunch.com, and a trending ticker just new on the board is US Oil and Apple, and of course it would be for anyone that's in the market. They start very early trying to do their preparation for the opening of the futures when the market starts to power up again. So I'll make sure that you guys are well aware of some of those tickers. Okay, and the US oil, I'll just put oil in so that people are looking at crude. Okay, so let me check Watching you on. Hi, Mikal. It's fun, huh? It is kind of fun, right? Because before, when you were in a private hangout, you know, it has a different vibe. And then now I'm completely on the outside. It's only me, and then I get to talk to you guys inside of the flat chat. So that's really neat. And then you really do get your questions answered, and so it's very neat like that. And thank you for passing on the YouTube link. I appreciate it. So now we have our viewers coming in, and it takes a few minutes. We've only been on air for 16 minutes, and I'll go ahead and grab kind of a morning beverage, and we'll leave the 5 minute up. If you have a particular ticker that you want to have me showcase, I will, and also I'll give you guys a little tip of really kind of how this is supposed to look. But I need to bring the pop-up. So there's the full screen of the 5 minute, and yes, I do give a little bit of extension room over here. This allows for the Ichimoku cloud to develop on the right-hand side, and the bitstamp has cleanly given us along in the 60 minute. You are looking at the 5 minute, so you'll see lots of kind of what we call, you know, kissing of the move. Because you are looking at Ruby, and this is my focus right now, I had done a chart called White Heat and a chart called Valentina, but these are all plays on the basic EMA sequence that Ruby was developed off of. So I will leave you on the 5 minute, if that's cool with you, in full screen for a couple of moments. Let's make sure that that's okay with you guys. Oh, that's right. I get to tell you what to do now. So the 5 minute is giving us a little bit of a push. I'll go ahead and call this out. And Bitstamp is trading at the BTC USD Bitstamp is at 843.97 up 1.83. That's why I need a beverage right now, because my lips are going to stick together. So we get a nice little push off of the 32 EMA with support of all the other moving averages, including the lovely 96 that gives us a great measurement against the Ichimoku. That is also the Ichimoku. The parameters are built with Ruby parameters. All of the Ruby is put in here instead of the classical Ichimoku. I do use the pivots to give us some guidance, and here we can see that the 837.72 is getting the support from the 96. So this is a great balancer right here, and also knowing that the price has moved up to support at 839.08. So this is a great push. These are new highs, session highs. Most recent was 841.90, and now we're pulling 844.29, and a lovely candle on the 5 minute to be had. So let's see that everyone is kind of enjoying this. Trending tickers are now the Euro USD. Go ahead and put this in here so I can cover these tickers a little bit later. And of course the MT Gox. I do have to remember, since I've moved over to the Bitstamp. Okay, I already mentioned Forex Crunch, right? And if you are unfamiliar with StockTwits, who is an advocate of TradingView, you want to check out stocktwits.com. And the only bit of advertising that you'll get will be about CoinGig, coingig.com. The CTO is our very own Nebulous. That's at Nebulous. And you've seen his nickname inside of the flat chat. He is the CTO of coingig.com. And so maybe twice in 4 hours I'll bring up coingig.com so that we can just look at the landing page. And as I said, also we will be okay. So let me get back to the 5 minute. So we are getting some. This is a beautiful rise in the 5-minute, actually. Now trading at 844, spot 95, up 1.95%, and far going beyond the most recent pivot high of 841.90. I would take it that probably the fib is pivoting off of the 826.08, 826.07 area. I'd have to go into a larger time frame. I'm doing the 5 minutes. It seemed like the 5-minute, and the 3-minute actually is pretty good at broadcasting, because you get to see action, a lot of action happen. And I do also see all the things that I need to do. But this is the life of a trader. There's a lot of things to do. The Litecoin BTC, BTCE pair, of course, acting in divergence to the other three pairs being the LTC, the Prime Coin, and the Namecoin, all trending up nicely. And the LTC BTC, of course, not reacting on this move whatsoever. We're getting a little Nike move here, but it needs to catch up pretty soon. Okay, if you have any questions, please place them in the flat chat for me. And if you want to become a panelist today, just because you feel like it, let me know. And I will send you the Hangout link. And that's what they call it. Call it a Hangout link. All right, so let me check and see. I know, alarms, alarms, alarms. We need alarms. Definitely. Okay, so Vladimir, anybody want to be part? See, Ron was supposed to go to bed, but he's still up. He's too tired to talk to me, but he is okay to type and write and type and write, type and write, type and write. And, okay, is he going to go to bed or not? So watch my spice. Oh, here's a little bit of feisty spice. Are you going to bed? Because, peeps, we would all really like to hear from you. Now, should I send him the link? I think I should. I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, you're about to see me be all brave. Here goes. Control and C. And we will go ahead and send out the link. This is a panelist link. Funny. Use 2 area fills. Very clever. All right, someone has decided to join us, and it is Yoel. Hey, kiddo, how are you? And Brian Wong, how are you this morning?
Hello. Wow. Cool. Let's see. Well,
how much of this you want to
એટલે આ કેનું છે કઈ ગાડીનું છે આ નવી ગાડીનું છે ને
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, નવી ગાડીનું છે. So નવી ગાડીનું છે એટલે છે કે this is for the headlamp. So I don't know if you want to throw it away, but otherwise this one that one wasn't working, was it?
No.
So that one we can throw away. This one we don't really need it very often. You know, just in case if you damage one, then you got it. Hi, okay. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. We will look at the chart that I have posted, and there's a little bit of puzzlement. I'm not sure what this is. You see on the RSI here on my old chart, for some reason, on this hourly chart as well as on the 4-hourly chart, where is it? Where's my 4-hourly chart? Oh, see, this is rather strange. I don't know why on my 4-hourly chart my RSI is stuck like that, and yet compared with the new chart that I've just done on a 4-hour, the RSI is very different. It's nearly at 71.61, and on this one it is still stuck below 70 and still showing significant divergence on that as well as on this 4-hour. So I'm a little bit puzzled about that, but anyway, we'll take a look at what this one is doing. We started the new cycle at 450. I'll just take a look at what you're saying. So if you think 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the thing is, if this is 1, we need to make sure it actually counts as 1. Okay, so if this is 1, let me take volumes off. Okay, and we'll drop down to an hourly chart on that one. Okay, so when you see, for example, if this is 1, it must count as a 5 wave. So we'll take this one as wave 1. Okay, so we'll assume that this one here is a wave 1. Oh, okay, let me that's not going to help you. Okay, sorry about that. So let me just go back here. Okay, sorry about that. So we've you can see the chart now, I suspect. Okay, so what I was trying to show you before is there's something wrong. This is my old chart that I've been posting, and look at the RSI in this box here. You can see that is not really somehow updating properly, and I'm not sure, I can't work it out why, because on my new chart I've just done, which is this one here. Oh no, it's not that one. Okay, so on this chart it's Bitcoin Bitstamp. This one is, okay, I'm getting confused now. Okay, so let's take this one here. So if this is the new chart, then on 4-hour you can see that RSI is quite different from what I see on my old chart. So that's been one puzzlement. I can't quite work out what that is. But nevertheless, let's look at this here. If we assume that this is wave 1, then we need to make sure that it at least count as 1. And I think I am struggling to put 5 waves within that. So we'll go back and we'll have a look. So if this is wave 1, and you look at the RSI, we've been creating higher and higher low, not necessarily divergence, So if this was wave 1, this is 2, this is 3, we should see a divergence, and we don't. Okay, this chart below is not true. Ronald, I'm not sure what you're saying. He says below is not true because wave 3 is shorter than both wave 1 and wave 5. Let me see what you mean. Yeah, this is not correct. I'm actually looking at this piece here. First of all, if this is wave 1, we need to make sure that in this section there are legitimate 5 waves. So that would be my start before I go on to anything else. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to see. So maybe perhaps, Ronald, you can walk with me on this one, and we'll do it together. So in 1 hour, if we say this is 1, and we are assuming this is minor 2, then maybe this one could be minor 3, then here is a 4, and then this is 5. Okay, that's what we're assuming. We have to have that as a main building block for wave 1, and it must, every one of them must have 5 waves as well. Okay, because if this is bullish, then this swing must have 5 waves, the very first one, the next one must have 5 waves, and the final one must have 5 waves. So this would be very, very strange way of counting. And at the moment on RSI, I don't see a divergence. You can see, for example, if I put a line where the vertical is, okay, here, you see, and then there, we've got no divergence in momentum. So that's one, question mark. Let me drop down to say 30 minutes, see if that shows us anything. Okay, so even here on 30 minutes, you can see that there's no divergence, right? So that's the main question. Second thing is that if you look at it in this swing, right, can you see 5 wave? Let me just move this out, right? You see from here, I do not think this is 5 wave, and it doesn't make sense, because if I was to make this one here as wave 3, right, and then try and see if that, how that compares with, you see, look, wave 3 is shorter, right? And if I put that one also on the wave 1, you see, look, wave 1 is there, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. It does not count as 1. So whatever is happening is not a new impulsive leg. That I can be reasonably sure. It is some kind of a double zigzag, but it's definitely not 1. This is not 1. If I drop down to 15 minutes or even 10 minutes, where are we? Okay, so on that basis, let's see if it counts 5 waves here. You see, this is the minute one, but within that minute one, if I was to even do a clothesline, you see, look. So if this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5. So that completes one cycle. Okay, but then what is this? So if this is 5, then the only way we could have this is to say this one is number 1, this one could be A, this here as a B, and then the C must have 5 waves. Okay, so if this is C, it must have 5 waves, but it doesn't have 5 waves. How would we count that as a 5 wave? We do that and make that an ending diagonal. It doesn't look right, right? It doesn't look right. So we're in a bit of a trouble here in terms of counting that. So my best guess is that this is A, B, and C, or more likely W, X, and Y. That's how I think it most likely is. And you see, even on RSI, between this wave, if this was one cycle, it doesn't, see, even if you say 1, 2, and then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is what I think is more likely, then we've got an equal top, but still have no real divergence. So whatever it is, I think this is not a wave 1. Even if we allow this as a 1, and then make this A, B, and C, this is not 1. So this is one question mark. That area is a question mark. So if that's a question mark, then what about subsequent, I'll put that one in this color. Okay, so that is a question mark. I'm going to put that one in there as question mark. Right? So then let's go on to the next one. So here, if we say this one, then this must count as a 5 wave. Right? Now how is that going to count as a 5 wave? That would be the trend line. Okay, so that's a trend line. And then if I then put that trend line on the top here, so let's see if this counts as a 5 wave. See, you said this is 1, but you can't see this. It's not a 5 wave in there. But if this is 1 somehow, this could be 2. Then we have a new cycle, 1, 2, and we again have a new cycle. And this cycle goes 5 ways, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But I'm not sure if it conforms to the length. Right? So if we were to then say take that up, and well, maybe just about make it. So I would say that if that's the case, then this is one 5 wave cycle. But then what is this? It's not a 5 wave cycle. So I'm struggling actually to put waves on here in the way that it is impulsive. If we take this entire cycle up here, then I would put my trend line across like that. Okay, and it must have 5 waves in them. And it does not have 5 waves. If I put it over here, you see wave 3 gets nowhere near the territory of the upper end. So this is not impulsive. I don't know what you others feel about this, but in terms of those who know about Elliott wave, normally what you would expect in a wave 3 is that it at least goes and tags that top line. Because if this is 1 and this is 2, you draw a trend line and then you put a parallel line on top of 1, it must at least tag, this number wave 3 must at least tag, or more likely, ideally, overshoot. So I would expect this to go from here and at least tag that or overshoot, then drop back to anywhere here, or maybe back to the trend line. So I think this is going to be real confusing to count it as an impulsive leg in any shape or form. Everything is failing on here in terms of count. So the first leg is not holding true to a new cycle. Whatever it is, even though we might have interpreted the last piece of this cycle slightly high or slightly wrong in terms of counting it as a wedge, I still am struggling to put this. So this one to me is suspect. Suspect wave 1. Right? That's a suspect. Now if that's a suspect, then everything else cannot follow. So we have to work out what the rest of the thing is actually showing. So I'll go back to the hourly chart. Maybe longer chart. So I'll go back to 4 hour. Okay, this is not wave 5 wave up. So I'm going to count that in some way as possible zigzag. Okay, so zigzag meaning like I've done on my other chart, like this chart here. I've said like A, B, and C, or maybe more appropriately W, X, and Y. Okay, so in somehow I think this is more likely to be, I'll make that in this one and possibly larger color and say this is possible A in some shape A. Okay, I'll put a question mark on, but it's A, some kind of a wave A, WXY wave A. And then if you look at this, this is not a wave 3. If this is not wave 3, then we have possible 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3. Now that could work, provided we can make this one three waves. But you know, how can we make this one 3 wave? How is it possible? Because on the test here, you see, if we do this one, if that is wave 3, it looks very strange. But maybe if this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, but the 4 is almost coming back into the territory. Now the clothesline, it doesn't, but if you put a candlestick on, it does. You can see that. Look, you know, candlestick means that we've come back into that. You see, look. So how can we make that one 1, that one 2, and that one 3? And then the other question is, on the candlestick, this one almost has 3 swings. It has there, that, and that. So how can that be wave 3? You know, so I am thinking that this is again W, X, and Y to give us one larger degree. So I am calling this like W, small w, X, and Y. Or I'll suggest another one. Is that we are looking at this as an A, then A, B, and C. Okay, so but then a C may not have a 5 wave. Let me see. So if you look at it here, if this is A, B, and C, it doesn't. Look. So I think somehow this is W, X, and Y, right? So this one's got A, B, and C up to W, X, A, B, and C up to Y, maybe another X, or A, B, and C. Okay, so this one I will put it in, this one I will put it in larger W in a bracket. This is larger X in bracket, and then this one is a Y. So what does that give us now? So we've got, how far are we now? Let's, okay, so we are getting in, right. So I think what we've got quite possibly is this here, first leg up is some kind of wave A. This wave A, or more likely it's not a wave A, and it might actually be W in bracket, and then here this W in bracket comes off, that comes off, and then let's try and put this one in the frame. So if we say all of this here possibly as one cycle, okay, and then I will put this one like that. So however you label this one, it's quite possible that this could be a zigzag with WXY, so larger X, WXY, so that completes like one cycle, come back, and then a final one up. To me, I would simply look at that as one zigzag combination, but is one zigzag. I'm going to make that one thicker color of green. Okay, so one zigzag, and then I'm looking at the next one as another zigzag. Now that could be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But again, I think you will probably struggle. But maybe this one, I would struggle to put 5. I think this is, none of this cycle is 5 waves. I simply see them as each of them being 3 swings. Okay, so it's like that, and that completes the up to here. I'll change the color of that one to pink. Okay, so we got pink. So whatever this combination of zigzag to give us this one leg up, then we've got this one coming back down, and then whatever it is still one cycle, because we're still approaching the top end of this rising trend channel. Okay, so whatever it is that. But on the RSI, you can see on here we are struggling, assuming my RSI is not spooking me, because on my previous one I've showed you where my RSI, this RSI, not on a 4 hour, on 4 hour, this one is really, I don't know, something is wrong with that RSI, right? Because it's not showing me on the current chart. But on the current chart, you can see on the 1 hour, we do have this divergence. Now that divergence doesn't mean that the market is going to collapse, but it does suggest that somehow the momentum of however strong it looks now, it's not as strong as it has been in the past, using these 21, well, why is 21 period moving average? 14 period moving average. Okay, on a 14 period moving average, which is what most people use, you see on this one, there is a very minor divergence between this high and this high. But look at the current one. Now, if the current one fails, we could potentially have a significant divergence between this high and that high. And you know, forgetting all of this, I would simply put this one most likely as just a small w, small y, and a small z. wx, wx, this, so this should be y, and this one as x, right? So that would give me, this one here would be a larger w, larger x rather, larger x, so w, x, and y, and this is just simple double zigzag, so this one would be a larger y. So whatever happens, we are actually looking for an end of a zigzag. Now whether it will have a triple zigzag, that would be difficult to tell, because previously, as you know, we have been assuming that this was a rising wedge, and it has, up until here, it has had everything going for it, which is basically A, B, C up to here. Then you got X, then you got A, B, C, W, you got X, and you got A, B, C, W, so that became the rising wedge. And because this is the rising wedge, it cannot be a leading diagonal. In other words, you know, in order for this to be bullish, it means like this one goes up there like that. Let me change the color of that to say, change the color of that one to say, for example, in brown, right? So if all of this is from there to there, it says the rising wedge, then we have this very small little correction which doesn't look very natural, but if it was like that and we are now going, then it's possible, it is possible. However, I would just remind you that if this from here to here end of this rising wedge is this large wave 1 or wave A, very tiny little b, and that, I think that is not reasonable to expect because it looks very disproportionate. But the main problem with that assumption is that the rising wedge is a bullish. If it's a rising wedge, a bullish, it must have 5 waves. So if it is a wedge, it must be an ending diagonal. But so I think the wedge pattern has obviously failed. That we can be sure of. So what we are now playing at is no longer a wedge. What we are now playing at is potentially W, X, and Y, and I'm still looking for top. So regardless of whatever people think, and I would accept that I don't know enough about this cryptocurrency world as perhaps as much as some of the others, and I would bow to your superiority on that. I would. However, this Elliott wave analysis is not necessarily unique or peculiar to any particular instrument, right? So it is still possible that we may be in take that off, 78.6. Okay, so this may have a further upside, or we may be nearly coming to an end. And remember, on the other chart I've had a pitchfork, so now I will have to basically monitor and see. Now is possible for this to possibly go even higher, and we may actually say, for example, if I was to put this onto this high here, right? So it is possible for this to maybe shoot through this minor rising trend channel and possibly hit the top one. But all that will have done, it will have done W, X, and Y. So whether that Y finishes here or that Y finishes there, it doesn't matter, right? This is definitely a corrective pattern, and I am not prepared at this moment to accept that this is a new bullish wave to the upside. No matter how we swing it, it is suspect. And it's suspect from the right and the word go. And then secondly, the other reason why this is suspect is because some are counting this as a 5 wave, and that is not possible. The reason why it's not possible is because for this one to be wave 5, we have to have a divergence on the RSI, right? We have to have a divergence on the RSI, and RSI is confirming the low. And in fact, if any of you actually use the RSI, whilst it doesn't guarantee, this low is confirmed by this RSI. That means that we will come back to retest and form a divergence on the 1 hour, most definitely. If you go back onto the 4 hour, you'll find that maybe we've got like an equal RSI reading on the low, but on 1 hour it doesn't. But regardless of forgetting that, just like the one that we checked out here, let's see if you can check out with me this leg. If this is somehow 5 waves, then it's possible that we've got the low in place. I don't think so. Okay, so let's just frame this work out. At the moment, for example, I think whatever this one is, it is more likely that this is probably just one cycle up to here, right? So if this is log, no, it's not log. Okay, so if this one was like that, right, I am still bearish. However, the upside might be no longer the 950 we were looking at. It may actually not be that far off, but I'm now looking at possibly slightly higher target is possible. But let me just explain this here. You see, if this one here is wave 1, right, you can get away by saying this possibly here some kind of a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You could probably just about get away. So if that was 1, this here looks like ABC, but then you'll struggle to make this one count as new impulsive, right? It's not even a leading diagonal. So I think what this one is doing is that we've got leg down to here, then from here to there as a running flat of some sort, right? But it's most likely W, X, and Y for a larger W, A, B, and C possibly as a running flat. So maybe we've got something like this going. Okay. Right, so we've got something like that going, and then whatever it is we've got one cycle down, and one cycle down is simply more like one leg, retracement, and another leg. You see, that is why I cannot somehow make 5 waves out of that. So my both side of the equation doesn't seem to tally. It doesn't seem to tally that this here, we don't have a divergence on the RSI, right? Secondly, this leg coming down doesn't carry as a 5 wave. So this one here cannot be a new cycle. So this is why, regardless of whatever others think, and whilst the actual dimension might be a little bit different, right? This is I'm still going to stick to this, even though it may be that, you know, I may be risking being ridiculed, but I cannot simply change because it doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so whatever anybody else wants to believe, they can believe that. I have no problem. If they feel that I've got a wrong handle on this, then I'm prepared to accept that. But ultimately, I think this is not a new leg. Even if this one goes all the way back to 1,000, I can assure you this is not a new impulsive leg. Because if this was impulsive, I wouldn't expect this one simply to go back and retest that. So you know, you will find that we will struggle. And then look at the RSI. It's not suggesting on this hourly chart, is not suggesting, you know, potential new leg. It's suggesting that we have a divergence already developing. Is warning already that there is likely to be a failure. And who is to know? We may actually finish up today as a real what somebody else call it pump. We may actually finish up this being really pumped up and entice all the new longs and stop out all the weak short and then collapse. Right? I don't know what will make it collapse. If somebody is pressing me to say what news would do that, I wouldn't know. Just like anybody else, I wouldn't know. However, I am not at this moment, based on the reasons that I've explained, I am not prepared to accept that this is a new leg, come what may, right? So if that's being stubborn, then it's being stubborn. But I've explained to you my reasoning behind it. Now there are many who will say that you know, Chinese have a big part to play, and it may well. And I probably don't understand the full dynamics of this. I readily agree and accept that. However, I think it is wrong to assume that just because China is some kind of a because this is not just a Bitcoin. In everything, it's China. Everything is China. So when you consider, for example, equities, everything is China. If you talk about oil, everything is China. If you talk about copper, you talk about gold, everything is China. But really, China hasn't come to anybody's salvation yet. So why? And why is China so significant? Because remember, I don't care about the Chinese populace, but China is so desperately dependent on export to Western countries. And that is why, if you look at a Chinese index, it is so miserably failing. Chinese index made an all-time high in 2007, and it has gone nowhere near that high again. Even though the Western economies, many of them like Dow Jones and S&P 500, have actually gone up to their previous high. DAX has gone up to new all-time high. Chinese index has really struggled. So I suggest that even though Chinese may have some important part to play in all of this, I do not simply think that China is some kind of a magic wand and is going to take us to the moon. I do not accept that. I think if anybody wants to accept that and believe that, they're welcome to do that. But I think somehow that is misplaced. And at some stage, like me saying to you now that I'm reviewing my overall analysis, those who subscribe to China being the trump card, you too will have to revisit that analysis and make as to why China is so important, so significant to almost every endeavor of human economy. You know, I think it is somehow been, you know, let me just explain to you something. When I remember that back in 1988, 1989, 1990, when the Tokyo market topped, and when the Tokyo market topped, just before that, it was everything Tokyo, everything Japan, everything is so successful in Japan that they came out of being completely bombed out, and now they become #1 nation in the economy. So everybody was subscribing to Japan. We even had a situation in UK where large multinationals were sending their chief executives and personnel managers, human resources, people like them, to go to Japan and to learn from their market, learn from those companies that were so successful, such as Toyota and Mitsubishi and Nissan and all others. They were coming back to their countries and trying to implement some of the practices of Japan. But look what happened to Japan. Japan actually topped just then. So I would actually suggest that if there is so much pump about Chinese on this occasion, then I am reading this as a major red flag for China. And whatever happens, no matter how big the China is, I think China is in desperate trouble, and it's only a question of time that will be proven right. So I'll conclude here and then take any questions from any of you, to put your view forward. And this is all about that analysis. At the end of the day, you want to be positioned right. So for the time being, those who are looking for short, they've been exasperated, and those who happen to be long, well, you might be celebrating. So I accept that. However, just keep in mind that now that you are celebrating, you might be actually biased to the long side, and whilst it continues in your direction, you will probably be quite satisfied with it, quite pleased with it. But if it should turn sharply low, at what stage will you know that you are now potentially in a trend change? I asked one of our colleagues yesterday that, just like I was saying, that if I get much above 950, I would revisit. Revisit doesn't mean I will change my mind. I will revisit my analysis to see what went wrong, and I've done that now live. Okay, and I'm still of the conclusion that we are not in a new bullish up leg. Come what may, we are not. Even if this one goes to 1,000, we are not in a new bullish up leg. That is absolutely conclusive. However, I asked this colleague of ours to say that, what is your view? If you, for example, realize that the market falls, at what stage will you conclude that we have a change trend? And he said to me 800, and then maybe 750. Well, from the market where it was, we were close to 930 somewhere. So 800 is nearly $130, and I was only $20 or $30 away from my decision of being wrong or revisiting. So based on that, you see, if somebody now looked at this channel rising, which is a technical analysis, common way, and many people do use channel, and there's nothing wrong with that, I use channel, but really, if you were looking at this as a bullish channel, at what stage will you tell me that this channel now is no longer valid? I would suggest that maybe this one has to come all the way and breach that. Then you'll start worrying. But what is the distance between them? 980. If you count vertically, 980 to probably 820, 830. So without splitting hairs, it's about $120, $130, right? So $130. But if it comes to $130 here, you are not going to simply say, oh, this has changed, because what you'll now be looking for is this one somehow to bounce back and fail and then come down. Okay, that would be your clue to say this has failed. But equally, you know how volatile this beast is. You could have a situation where you could drop nearly $200 like that within a day, right? And you would have no idea how far this is going to go. So I would simply say that while it's rising, those who are in a bullish camp, okay, you will continue for a while, but at some stage you'll have to start questioning what will make you feel that we are potentially in a trend change. I don't say just continue to be bullish to the extent where, a cliche like, oh, it's going to the moon, because going to the moon means nothing. That is just being silly. But I understand that it's loosely used terminology, but if this goes to the moon, tell me where it's going to go, and give me the reason why. I am quite willing to accept that this one can go out now. If it continues, it may take all the stops here, may take all the stops there. It's possible. But I think based on this so far, this divergence has to fail, right? That's my main requirement, and we would probably be approaching the upper end of this second parallel of this rising trend. And now I'm going to put a Fibonacci on to maybe try and make some sense of exactly where we're going to go. So if I use this swing here and I apply it on there to here, okay, so we've gone one, which is on 1-to-1 ratio, we've gone above that. So usually when that happens, the next one could be 1.328. Okay, so 328. So that one is giving us just over 1,000 mark, and 1,000 is a round number. So that's interesting. I'm not saying necessarily that's going to come to an end, but that's interesting. The other one is this here. I'll just put that on a reapply from here to there. You see now both of them, we've gone through the one, but both of them is giving me a potential around here, around 1026, 1028. Now I don't know, because we've got symmetry from two different places. Okay, so 1000, so that would be my next thing, and it's possible if now breaching through this trend line, we could actually be looking at that. That's another area I would look at. So if anybody's long, you need to consider what the price does when it gets there. And if I now look at the structure to see if there is anything there, it is just below where we had a last sell-off that started. So is it possible, and I don't know, is it possible that maybe those people who wanted to get out at that level will be desperately looking to get out? Could that be possible? Could it be that many people who wanted to short and didn't short will now look to short? Is it possible? So I would say now the decision point is around about 1,000 to 23, 1,000 to 1,030 approximately. That's where we could be potentially looking at, and we may be actually interesting to see the second thing, final thing, and I'll then shut up. Okay. I'm going to apply a pitchfork, which you'll see on one of my other charts that I have. Okay, I've used this low, right? And is that beautiful or not? Okay, this is no fudging of anything here. Okay, so my original possible low, or rather possible high, at 1. I'll take the remainders of the line off to help clarify. Take this one off. Okay, right. So now that's where we are going to come into. You can begin to now start looking for reason if we begin to show much strength beyond that 1023, 1030. So when we hit there, let me just close this completely, and I'm going to post this chart in a second. When we hit there, what we are going to have, in my big scheme of things, we're going to have we're going to have up to here, which is kind of a zigzag. Okay, we're going to have a zigzag, this zigzag, larger wave A. Okay, we are now going into wave B, and the wave B will be W, X, and Y. That's going to be wave B. So from here to there is a wave B, right? And then the wave C that I'm talking about, as much as perhaps many may not like it, this is what we are expecting, and we may well in that case take out this low. There is now, if we hit 1,000, there is a high likelihood of this one dropping below the 450. So that's it. I'm going to now post this chart. I'll tidy it up a little bit later on, just so that you have it and you know the reason why. This is my current view, not new bullish trend, just bear am I typing right? Market rally, right? Possible 1000 to 1030 zone. There we are. So I'll take questions now. So where are the questions going to be? The U.S. Senate news impact in the market. So is it fairly to say that the news play out on here? Yeah. Let me understand. The U.S. Senate news impacted the market. So is that news something that happened just now? Because I don't follow all of this to the same extent that many of you might be up to date on. I don't necessarily know what news happened there, and if the news actually influenced the price, then the way I would interpret it is that many people in this flat chart are talking about whale. I would say that those whale, or in my terminology, like smart money, people who really know and people who can really shift the market, those people are going to use the news to sell to the retail like you and me. That's what I would say. Based on my chart, they are taking this opportunity. If this is the current news and is actually impacting the price, then my interpretation is that it is not supportive of price. Rather, the smart money and the big whale are going to use that to dump their long position. The next question is, how do the previous Chinese bad news crash factor into the Elliott wave analysis? Do they count? A lot of this news, they do have an interplay with the price action. They are not entirely necessarily relevant or necessary for Elliott wave to actually develop, but sometimes they do synchronize, or sometimes they become a catalyst, right? So depending on when those things happen, either they become a catalyst or they can actually influence the price. So both, but there is no rule to say which one is which, because let me just make another comment to you, and you'll probably remember this if any of you have been following. If you haven't, you can always Google historical comments. You will find that when we had a 2000 high in the equity market, I think it was the previous chief of the Fed. What's his name? I forget the name. Anyway, that old guy, and he was saying, even when the dot-com bubble was about to burst, he was saying that this market is not going to collapse anytime soon. Now, don't take my word, go and check him out. Now, he was the head of the Fed, and news was that this market is not going to collapse anytime soon, in his words. And that marked not particularly that particular day and instant, but that time and that price zone marked the top, which lasted for nearly 3 years. Secondly, the Bernanke, who is just going to vacate the office, at a 2007 high, he made a comment that property market is not going to collapse anytime soon, right? So you tell me now whether those particular events actually influence the price, or did they become a catalyst? You can make your own conclusion. So what I'm trying to say is that sometimes these prices do affect, or rather the events do affect the price. I'm not completely idiot, but I ask you a question: at what point will you say that this price is supportive, or this news is supportive of the price, And it may be that, based on your bias, you might interpret it that way. Or would you interpret it the way I am, that maybe that particular news is only a catalyst either to propel the market or to make a market change a trend. Another one that you might want to check out is in August 2011, gold made an all-time high, right? Now, just as the gold was making all-time high, there were major banks, major banks like JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs and others. They were saying gold beyond 2000, right? And actually there were articles, news articles in the paper which was saying that the stock market is wobbling, so everybody's rushing to gold, right? And that's why gold is rocketing. And what did it do? It actually formed a significant top that gold has not even looked at till today. So what did the event do? What did those news events mark the top? Did they change the trend, or were they a catalyst for propelling the market in the direction it was already in? And you will also know same thing about the oil. When the oil was 120, it shot up to 140, but there were major traders. They were saying oil 180 to 200, and oil topped at 140. So was that a catalyst for market to continue in the direction it was, or was it a catalyst for trend change? So I think these news events are important and one mustn't be blind to them, but I do not think that it is simply a one-way street. But you can make your own conclusion on that. That's my view. I'm just giving you examples. You can go back and look at them yourself. I would be open to these events, but I think that sometimes they will be a catalyst for market to continue in the same direction that it is currently in. Give it a further impulse, or it can be a catalyst for a trend change. And at what stage would you say that is going to be a catalyst for a trend change, or is it going to be a catalyst for further market propulsion? I don't think any of us really have that answer. But based on the news event, if the today's jack-up is a news event driven, then I can tell you we are close to that significant top. And one final thing I would say, I'll take any more questions if you have subsequently. I will let me see now. If I just went up and draw a new, I can't do it on here. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I will carry on that. Maybe I will actually cause the market to run up to 1,000. How about that? Let me just take a new fresh chart. I'm going to show you something really interesting from the way that many people might analyze market in general. Okay, so this is not just me. This is people who will be looking at price action. People will look at horizontal, zones, and I'm going to go on to the daily chart because everything in between is a noise. And I'm going to ask you one question. Okay, so this is where we are, right? Now, look at the range. Look at the range of a day, and I don't know whether this is finished or it's going to continue to 1,000. Okay, so if it's going to continue to 1,000, see, look here, this price here, that is at 1,065. So it's not a million miles away from where I'm saying, right? So on my chart, I'm saying that it is at approximately 1,035, approximately there. It's not a million miles away. So that's number one. Another thing is that when we had this here, this price bar, if it actually tops there today, and I think it has a potential of doing that, this day's bar is going to be big. It's going to be huge. Now that doesn't guarantee the market is going to turn back. And I will ask you a question, not a guarantee, but just a question. Is that why would market go up from here and make gingerly start, and after having almost more than double, do a big massive range bar? Is that a significant top, or is that suggesting a newfound strength to the market, right? Normally, you would expect this kind of range bars, you know, in the main trend, not toward significant area of resistance or after having already risen that far. So you know, just a question. I don't know. I would be very suspectful. You know, while you're in a long, just be careful. You know, well done to you if you manage to keep your nerve and you stayed long on this one. But this is all I'm saying. You do that, and we're approaching an area that we know that previously was a significant sell-off, right? And everything else is coming together. So could that be the area? But why would you have a market jacking up toward the end? Could that be an end? And look at the daily. This is the daily, right? So far, I don't know what the volume is going to be, but I suspect that today's volume is going to be high compared with yesterday and day before, right? So it's going to be high, and it's going to be high, meaning if you read volume and price analysis, if you finish up, you will have something like this. You will have a price range that is wider than any of the days previous to that. When I say wider, I mean, you know, wider like that tall, and you will probably have a volume high. And the important part would be is where the market actually stops. If the market then backs off, okay, then that would be a red flag. That would be saying that people have used this opportunity to ditch their long as the market has gone up. They're using the price event to mark the market up, just like they did in the time when the gold made all-time high in August 2011. Right? That's going to be number one. Second thing is that if it leaves it right at the top, then I suspect tomorrow we could have this sort of situation. Tomorrow we could have this sort of situation where actually you will not even that, maybe something like this. Tomorrow we could finish up with this sort of situation where we get a tail bar like that, right? So whether it reverses today or reverses tomorrow, I am suspectful of what this is going to do. If it's going to be so long compared with the rest of them, why be so long toward the end? So I'll leave it at that. Okay? Any other questions? Or have we exhausted? Maybe perhaps we can then continue in our analysis. Okay, another one. Okay, let me see. Am I the only one guy here who think that what's this ATH? Market end of wave 5, ATH? I'm not sure. Could you help me out with that? All-time high.
All-time high.
All right, let me see. Am I the only guy here who think that the all-time high marked the wave 5, followed by leading diagonal wave A? I am not sure that it is a leading diagonal, but I'll check that. Leading diagonal wave A, and that we are now in combination of zigzag wave B. I think you are correct about the wave B. I think we have gone through that quite thoroughly. I don't think though that the leading wave A is correct. You see, if you look at this is a daily chart. It's not a leading wave A, because in a leading wave A, what you would have expected, this one cannot be counted as a leading wave A. So you can't do this, for example. You can't count it like that. That's not a leading wave A. But what this one is actually wave A, B, and C, or rather WXY. So this, you know, as we've explained, this is a W because it's neither A or 5-wave impulse. So it's W, X, and Y. That's how I'm looking at it. So that WXY is a zigzag to form a wave A. Okay. So you know that could be one possibility. So we could have this one as a larger wave A, right? And then we are now going back up W, X, and Y, and that would create a larger wave B. So regardless how we actually label them, that's basically what I'm looking at. And based on this chart that we crafted it together, I think there is significant at a level where we are talking about. You know, and you know, I mean, do bear in mind that this is my analysis. and in fact, wow, look at this. This is very interesting. This is very interesting. We've really hit the zone. I don't think that is going. Well, I'm not saying I don't think, but what I'm saying is that is hit the zone, and what it is doing now. What it is doing now is come back off, right? So it's possible that they might actually let this one fall, and they may even drive it a second time. But I'm telling you, we are at a very important area. Hey, you know, I think we're at a very significant area. This is the way of be. Whatever happens, we are close to forming a top. So don't dismiss it. Don't just think that this is all hocus pocus. Okay. Anything else? So you don't think that my analysis is so bad that I should be thrown out of the room and into the deep sea? No. Okay. then I will live to revisit this analysis again and see just exactly what. But you know, you proceed based on how you interpret the market, just like everybody else. People who have gone long, they've interpreted the market, and based on that, they made a decision. They've gone long. But equally now, they will be on the other end of the stick. They'll be now agonizing about what they should do, right? Now, I haven't been trading this market at all, but yesterday and day before, I did suggest a couple of shorts, but really, we have on both occasions either come out with a scratch trade with no loss, no gain, or we have come out with a tiny little bit of profit, but we've not made a major loss. However, in the market that we're analyzing now, we have, you know, even if we don't get an absolute top and you lose the first $100, I do not think that is going to be real problematic, because this market now has the potential to drop below 450. So you're talking about nearly a drop of over $500, maybe more. So you know, it's so those who are looking for short, you could be looking for an interesting short, and in terms of the market structure, you'll be looking at interesting short, because look, just above this major high here, where the market sold off, you could that level is at 1060, 1070. So potentially you're only $40 or $50, right? So in that $40 or $50, you have a stop. If you're prepared to take $100 stop, you could short this market almost right now, right? Or if it comes up on next drive, that would be your gift to short, $100 stop. But don't put your position to so big that you will drown in that $100, because of the pitchfork coming together, because of the fib now coming to confluence, because it being just below the previous structure sell-off high, you know, all these things adding together for a very good short position. And this short position, if you are prepared to accept $100 stop, you could actually be like a whale, because this has the potential to come all the way back here. So that is what 1 to 4 ratio in anybody's book. That would be significant, I would say. But if this one drops down to like 300, maybe even 250, 200 even, you know, it's an excellent trade. The only problem will be is will you be able to ride it? That's the only thing. Look, is going back up. I think anybody looking for shorting, this is going to present a huge opportunity. My view. I'm not trading it at all, so take it with a pinch of salt, because you know people do make a comment, and I fully understand that how can I be talking about the market that I do not really put my money in. And the reason why I don't put the money in, because I don't trust the whole cryptocurrency. I don't understand enough, and what worries me and I get sweat is when I start hearing comments in the chat where people are saying, oh, this exchange been hacked, or you know, you can lose your personal key, and I'm really idiot for remembering personal key and password and things like that. I'm useless. So you know, maybe this is never going to be me, you know, but I don't know. If I get knowledgeable enough in time, I will look at it. If this market drops to about 200 or 80 that I'm talking about, You know, it might be absolutely out of my mind and I'm silly, but if it ever gets there, then I will completely review what I do about my future participation in Bitcoin. But until then, I have no intention to trade this to the long side or short side. So that's a caveat. Caveat is I am speaking from the sideline, and you take it how you want it. Okay, thank you, my friends, all of you. I appreciate your questions and appreciate your interaction. Um, should take close at the chat room. Often chat room are called troll box. Yeah, no. I'm not criticizing necessarily. I'm just making a comment. Like sometimes, people make a comment. You take. I don't dismiss them and I don't call them silly because they're making a comment, and providing it's not one of those just completely idiotic comment or just like a what you might call like an evangelical kind of a cry, oh, we are off to the moon, and they've done no analysis. And that, to me, that is not really worth even them calling that kind of a market or making that kind of call. But if they've done some analysis and they're happy to share, I don't dismiss them, any of them. At the end of the day, if I was to trade this one, I would trade it based on my view, and then if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Which is what I would expect everybody else to do, regardless of my enthusiastic presentation about the way I have gone into detail about analyzing my Elliott wave. I don't expect people to trade off that. But if you've done your analysis, and if my analysis somehow gel together, you trade based on your analysis. You put your stops at the right places. Don't trade without a stop. You could be completely blown out. It might work for you for 99 times, but one time it will blow you out. You will not survive to live. So you must have some kind of a mechanism for making sure that you don't bleed to death. You cut your straw and accept your loss at some place where you are wrong. But nevertheless, my other thing is that even if this was legitimate, when I say legitimate, I don't mean to say it's not legitimate. What I mean to say is that even if I felt comfortable trading this market, um, uh, I don't necessarily trade 5 minutes and 1 minute and 3 minutes, which many of our folks do, many of our friends do. Uh, my mind just do not react that fast enough. I am slow. You might not believe me, but I am slow. I struggle to find keys on my keyboard. I'm not a fast typist. You will have seen that. So when I look to trade, uh, I want to trade big swings, and big swings mean that I will probably look at 15 minutes, but that's only to fine tune or to really clarify my analysis. But otherwise, my analysis is around 4 hour and 1 hour minimum, more likely to be like a 4 hour daily. So therein, there is a big variance. Anyway, appreciate for your time and your indulgence in my rambling. But I hope that it's helped you and maybe give you some understanding why and how I work out my Elliott wave analysis, so that I don't just blindly put them on, but I do go back and check and try and verify to see if I'm right or wrong. Look for alternative ways of looking at it. Elliott wave is not the only way. I do use other methods, as you've seen me apply. So even if you leave Elliott wave out, then other analysis will indicate a possible confluence, and then my Elliott wave come together. That would give me higher degree of confidence. So anyway, that is all. Thank you very much. And if with your permission, I will close here. And later on in the day, we can see what market is done. So I'll clock off with that. Thank you very much.
Luis Suárez compartió minutos, compartió tiempo con los dos. Eusebio también de Segués, al que se le han dedicado. ¿No? ¿Cómo recuerdas?
Estuve hace unos meses cuando le hicieron el homenaje conjuntamente con Ramallés y es uno de los que siempre he dicho, uno de los que con más cariño me trató cuando yo llegué a Barcelona, que un veterano, todos me trataron bien, todos me ayudaban mucho cuando era jovencito, pero él en modo particular, además con esa bondad que
Hey, what's up, guys?